Start in about a minute here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call this Committee of the Whole meeting to order. Entertain an adoption a motion for the adoption of the agenda. Moved by Ms. Waters. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hederick. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please place your vote. Ms. Coates, we're voting on the agenda. Okay.
Just casting vote till I get into.
Is your vote yes?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Frazier, vote yes. Okay, that motion passes. Item 2A is public comments. Ms. Waters.
Thank you, Dr. Reverend Mack. We do have a few public comments that were submitted online. Our public comments that were submitted online are primarily dealing with testing. Folks wanting to discuss the results of the SC Ready test. And then also we did get one submitted around book choices. And then we do have one in-person public comment. But before I call Ms. Ramos up, I do want to remind the public that when you submit public comments online, if you put attachments, we do not get them in the report. So you may just want to send an email if you would like the board to be able to view pictures of any sort. So moving on, we do have one in-person comment, and that's Ms. Jasmine Ramos. Okay, and Ms. Ramos is not here. That's it for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Waters. So we've covered item 2A and 2B. That's in-person public comments and online public comments as well has been submitted to board members. We're down to item 3A, Superintendent's report. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, sir. Next slide, please, Megan. So in the superintendent's report this afternoon, we're going to cover these areas, the COVID update from Mr. Perori, and then district highlights from Dr. Taylor. And then there'll be a number of staff will go through the ESSER update and then take questions from the board. So with that, Jeff.
Yes, sir. So this is our typical COVID slide. Left-hand side is the current update on rates within the community. We still remain low across Charleston County. On the right-hand side is our table. You can see we took a dip during spring break week, picked up again a little bit higher, but still very low compared to what we had earlier this year. Nothing to be alarmed about at this point. We're keeping a close eye to ensure we don't have any significant trends within schools, and we'll continue to monitor that. There was one update in protocols that was implemented last week, and that was for the use of the home test kits. And we set up protocols for students and for staff. If a student has a home test kit that is positive, the student stays home for the quarantine. They are certainly encouraged to go get a test at one of our sites because if they do end up being negative at one of our sites, they can come back to school. Faculty is required to get one of the tests at one of our sites if they use a home test kit and are positive. And under the same circumstances, if the tests are negative, if they're asymptomatic with the rapid test, they're asymptomatic, they come back to work. If they are symptomatic, they get the PCR test and we see if that one's positive or negative. So a little more stringent protocol with our staffs because we are funding them being out if they are positive. So we just want a follow-up on that. That's all I have, Mr. Kennedy.
Taylor.
Thank you, sir. Board members, the district highlights for this period include North Charleston High School. They officially opened their Family and Community Center on April the 4th. The center, which is a renovated spacious room in the school building, enables the school to provide services that will help students achieve their goals and establish liaisons for parents, students, and school staff members to work cohesively for success. Secondly, 13 schools from our district were a part of the recent AIR Show and STEM Expo, which Joint Base Charleston hosted. For example, students from Military Magnet Academy and West Ashley CAS, they provided interactive robotics demonstrations. There were horticulture students from the East Cooper CAS. They asked STEM questions for plant prizes, and leaders from the Liberty Him STEM initiative offered hands-on science activities. This past Friday, E.B. Ellington Elementary School hosted its first Walk for Autism. Students in grades K through 5 walked around the perimeter of the field on campus to celebrate the event in light of Autism Awareness Month. Teachers have discussed the importance of the awareness with students this month, as well as ways they can support their classmates, their families, and friends with autism. The district's Family and Community Engagement Office, FACE, partnered with Sanders Clyde, Simmons Pinckney, and Burke High School for a School and Community Expo. It was held at Sanders Clyde on Saturday. Families from those schools participated in a day full of food and fun, and they also learned about resources that CCSD and various community programs could offer. Students throughout CCSD celebrated the Week of the Young Child earlier this month. The week was sponsored by the National Association of Education of Young Children. It places attention on the needs of young children and their families, and it recognizes the early childhood programs and services that meet those needs. 5 culinary students from Wando High School are going to the Family, Career, and Community of Leaders of America National Leadership Conference after 2 successful showings at the state level last month. And lastly, as part of the month of the Military Child Celebration, Lambs Elementary School hosted an event whereby staff members and volunteers and representatives from Joint Base Charleston welcomed students to the school with high fives this past Friday. Later in the morning, they were hosted by a breakfast, and they honored all students who are part of military families. Chief Master Sergeant Rebecca Bateman has 2 students at Lambs. She was the guest speaker. Lastly, just before spring break, representatives from Boeing, North Charleston Elementary School, the school district, and local community partners gathered at North Charleston Elementary School to celebrate reaching the 1 million participant milestone for the Boeing Dream Learners program. Mr. Kennedy and board, that concludes our district highlights for this time.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So, school board members, the next part of the superintendent's update will be the ESSER III update. I'll give a brief overview of the history of how, what we've done to date and where we are right now. And then various members of staff will talk specific, including the CBOs of community-based organizations that we're bringing forward to the board. So, this says the CCSDs plan to use federal COVID recovery funds to the greatest extent possible to support our reading goal. And so those funds are primarily coming from the ESSER III, ESSER $3 versus the ESSER I or the ESSER II. There will be some for ESSER II that will support those goals, but primarily ESSER III around the 3 areas that you see here: rigorous instruction, high quality staff, and wraparound services. Next slide, please. And so the timeline here takes a look at where we started summer of last year, back in 2021, and to where we are currently to date, April 25th. The focus here, there was a transition in the winter, this past winter of 21-22, where the district came forward with a refocus, making sure that we had an opportunity to have our kids reading on grade level by grade 5 by the year 2027. So when we changed that focus in terms of the strategy of the district, then we decided to bring forward to the board a recommendation that we would refocus our ESSER $3 to support that goal to the greatest extent possible. And that's what we've done and what we will present this afternoon. So in the winter schools, we're allocated ESSER $3 based on the number of children, students that were reading below grade level. So if a school, for example, if a school had 60% of its children reading below grade level compared to a school that had 10% of its kids reading below grade level, then that school that had the greater percentage of 60% would receive a greater share of the percentage-wise of the ESSER dollars versus the school that had a low percentage of kids reading below grade level. So this we did that late winter. Most recently, the schools had an opportunity to take those allocations, determine how they would they propose to use those allocations. They submitted those back to a central office here the 1st of April. Staff has gone through those proposals, reviewed those, met with I think probably 100% of the submittals to make sure that we understood what was in the proposals and had been able to make sure that we were able to give some input. And so we'll present that this afternoon. And then currently then we're reviewing that, presenting that to the school board this afternoon. And then we will follow up with the community-based organizations in the short term about how we go about engaging with them. Next slide, please. This slide here is just simply a reminder of the reading vision that I just mentioned, so I won't go through that again. I will also state, though, I like to say at the bottom, undergirding the 3 pillars, those 2 horizontal bars around accountability and supports and engagement. And when I say voice, specifically around student voice. And so in order to make sure that we are able to accomplish what we want to accomplish, there has to be the accountability and support and a proper level of engagement with various stakeholders, including students. Next slide, please. So why reading? So we have a number of students in the district that are reading below grade level, quite a few that are reading below grade level. So some of those students that are reading below grade level are what's categorized as approaching grade level, or below grade level. So if a student's approaching grade level, that means they're potentially close to being able to read on grade level. But one way to look at that, if I'm a student, I graduate from CCSD schools in school, and I'm approaching grade level, and that means that potentially I have an opportunity to be able to, if I decide to go to college. But what we find is that so many of our students who are approaching grade level go into college, and because they haven't gotten the complete learning that they needed in our system, then they end up having to take remedial courses in college. So if I'm from a family that's of economic problems, i.e. poverty, and then I have to go to college, that's going to get me out of poverty, get my family out of poverty, and I have to start off in a deficit standpoint because I've got to invest money, invest funds to be able to prepare myself to take the college courses that I should have been prepared for in high school. So when I think about below grade level, even though there's a category that's called approaching grade level, that's still an issue that has to be, I think, dealt with. So that's what this slide is talking about. Is that because we have so many kids below reading below grade level, it's what we can think of as untapped potential. Because if a child leaving the elementary school going into secondary school is not able to read, then the opportunity for that child to really learn and be effective in the secondary school is diminished, and that further carries on into his or her life and in the life of his or her family, as they go through life. So reading is important. Next slide, please. Again, 3 phases of ESSER III funds. Just a reminder, 2 years ago, we received the $13.4 million of CARES Act. That was at the very beginning of the pandemic. Those funds were used it says fully expended. So all those funds have been expended, and they were used to as we learn how to cope with the pandemic and making sure that our staff and our students were safe in that environment. The ESSER II continued some of that effort to make sure that we had safety in our schools, but also then we started to transition into trying to figure out how to address the learning loss that our students had faced, and also to be able to support our staff and our students around the mental problems that we were experiencing. And then the next transition over to ESSER III, then again, a continuation of some of that, but a more focused then on this idea of getting kids ready to read. So this is the transformational piece of the ESSER III, the ESSER dollars that we're looking at. Next slide shows those dollars in a graph format from ESSER III. So $163 million in ESSER III allocations from the federal government to CCSD. $15.8 million go to charter schools. That's strictly based on their enrollment. So so the formulas there are pretty straightforward. The $28 million is what was allocated out to schools last month for their use of using the funds. And so that's again based on the percentage of kids in every school, at least in schools in K through 8, grades K through 8 are reading below grade level. And then what we did for high schools, we extrapolated and said that if two elementary schools feed into a high school, that we assume that the challenges that those 2 elementary schools, middle schools were facing would be the same challenges that the high schools would be facing. And so we allocated on the same basis to the high school as we did with the middle schools. $43.5 million for out of ESSER III for non-academic set-asides. I have a slide to show what those dollars the breakout of those dollars in a bit. And then $76 million from central office, again, primarily related to supporting the goal of reading. Next slide. So on the ESSER III non-academic details, you can see those here. The largest one is the $20.3 million for improving indoor air quality. That has been a big effort of the district using both all the ESSER funds, ESSER III, ESSER I, ESSER II, and ESSER III, the indoor air quality, to make sure that, again, from a safety standpoint, we have our students and staff protected. The second one here, $5.7 million for developing and implementing various health protocols, again, primarily in the schools. Educational technology, if you recall last month, there was, I don't remember the number now, somewhere between $1 and $2 million as an example of educational technology, where we had the rollout of broadband in some of our rural parts of the county, where there was internet connectivity issues. So that's an example. $5.2 million in planning, coordinating, and implementing school closure. So not closing schools, but as we were going through the pandemic, how do we make sure that if we have to temporarily close schools, the mask mandates, those sort of things, how do we manage through that? Other activities to maintain continuity of services, supplies to sanitize and clean facilities, activities authorized under the federal government guidelines, including the allocations to Achieve Charleston, and then $500,000 for improving preparedness and response efforts. So $43.5 million on non-academic issues. Again, that is a continuation of where we started 2 years ago with ESSER I, and making sure that we have the right approaches to our safety. The next section here, then we're going to switch over to the academic expenditures. We'll look at each of the pillars 1, 2, and 3, and the leaders of those pillars will brief their respective section, starting with Ms. Belcher in pillar 1.
Thank you. So in pillar 1, the focus obviously is on the reading instruction. One of the way that we think about it as educators is we talk about core instruction. That's the regular classroom instruction that you get when you go into a reading class. And we believe that we're behind the times on our level of rigor and reading curriculum. So we're going to make a significant investment in a new reading curriculum, which we've been piloting this year and paying for some of that out of ESSER II. And the state has been subsidizing those schools that are Palmetto Literacy Project schools, because the curriculum we're piloting is on the state approved list for the Palmetto Literacy Project schools. But this $10 million includes the purchase of the curriculum materials. The curriculum is predominantly trade books, so novels and other books. So purchasing those books for every school district and providing professional development to support the teachers and effectively implementing that curriculum. So we're estimating that cost to be around $10 million all in. At this point right now in Charleston County, we are not meeting the need for early childhood, even as we've been expanding it in things like the Mary Ford Early Learning and Family Engagement Center. So we have some additional centers that are going to come online in the next couple of years. So that's one phase of better meeting the need of early childhood. The second is that we have some places where we just needed to add a classroom. So the purchase of curriculum, materials, furniture, and others, which is about $500K of that $5 million. And then the bulk of that is thinking about the fact we don't have enough space in some places. So working with the operations team, can we add module classrooms in places where where the building is highly full, and make sure that we can actually meet the early childhood need that way. And also it's a one-time cost. So as we think about sustainability, we should be able to sustain the expansion of early childhood through public dollars post ESSER. A big challenge within our community in terms of reading is around our multilingual learners who come into the system not speaking English and then have to learn how to read in English in order to perform well on standardized tests and to be ready for college and career in this country. To do that, we're rethinking some of our supports for multilingual learners. That would include a newcomer center for high school students who are new to the country to accelerate their English instruction. It's an opt-in program that would be anywhere between a semester to 3 semesters of targeted English English instruction and content instruction in their native language. Additionally, we'll have welcoming centers so that families, this will be both in the academic space, but primarily in the wraparound service space, so pillar 3, to make sure families can quickly transition into school and supporting school. So helping them find supports like translation services, housing, food service, whatever they need to make sure that the transition is as quick as smooth as possible. Training more teachers in English as a second language supports, and making sure that we're also thinking about curriculum for our multilingual learners to bridge the gap as we bring on our new curriculum so those students can engage with those materials. For the last 2 summers, we've been invested in an expanded summer enrichment program. The $11 million is a placeholder to continue that work for the summer of 23 and the summer of 24. It goes down over time because we've been paying a premium in terms of teacher compensation, given how much demanding it has been. So each year we're modestly decreasing teacher compensation to come back in line with our standard compensation post ESSER. And then finally, continuing the priority under mission critical, that is still a large number of our kids who are behind reading grade level are in our acceleration schools, to continue the high touch investment in those schools. So $5 million in fiscal year 23 and 24, as ESSER II ends, going over to ESSER III, where we continue the high touch support offered by leading educators in executing the curriculum in the classroom in those schools. An extra hour of compensation for teachers that we have for acceleration school staff that allows them to do professional development, and includes the system-wide pilot that we're going to wrap up at the end of next year with the University of Virginia PLE program.
Next, Mr. Brigman.
Thank you, sir. So under pillar 2, we have our high quality teachers and leaders. And I will say, in all my years in human resources in Charleston County, this is one of the most exciting opportunities right now as it relates to recruitment and retention of talent. When I look at this piece and think about recruitment, and as many of you know, when it comes to teachers, the teacher pipeline is shifting, and not necessarily in a positive way. When it comes to our teacher ed programs, they're producing fewer teachers. We're seeing many teachers decide to retire as they reach a certain point in their career. So where do we as districts start to create and make sure we have teachers and leaders in every classroom in every school? So what I'll say when I think about a grow our own type program, because that's predominantly what I have here other than the student teacher piece, but I think about 3 areas where we can recruit from. And our target audience, I look at it and think we have 48,000 students in our system. Certainly we have students that want to become teachers. So how do we create that opportunity as they go through high school and start to think about college? We have employees in our system, 3,500 to 3,800 are certified employees, meaning they carry South Carolina State certification and credentials. But we have another group of employees that may be interested in becoming a teacher, and what would that look like? And then we also have professionals and other folks in our community. And when I say community, I think of Charleston and I think of the state of South Carolina that maybe already have a degree, they're in another career path, but teaching may tug at their heart. So to jump back to the slide here, the first piece we have for student teacher recruitment is this was the first year we've done this, but we created a compensation structure or package for our student teachers who are right now in our classrooms, in our buildings. A large number of those teachers come from the College of Charleston, obviously, which is in our backyard. But how do we go ahead and sign those teachers on and make sure they have a contract for going into 2023? We offered a sign-on bonus for the spring while they're in the classroom. We offered praxis support, the cost of the praxis exam, as well as costs for South Carolina certification. And then another bonus the first day they're in the classroom with our students. We also are offering them 4 additional contract days so that this brand new teacher has an opportunity to get their classroom set up, be ready with any type of PD, and really just get ready to kick off their career. The other, jumping into more of grow our own, and you all have heard me talk about these programs, but under Pathways to Teaching, we have several initiatives that again is a grow our own. So Teach Charleston, as I've mentioned before, we've had, I think it was approved by the State Department in 2018, where we're able to basically go take professionals who have a bachelor's degree through an alternative route certification program and create and grow teachers out of this process. We've expanded the certification areas beyond the first 3 we were originally approved for into a number of certification areas to include elementary, which is really critical right now for us. Teach Local, and let me go back, Teach Charleston now has 73 Teach Charleston candidates and about 33 candidates right now in the queue for next year. So it's just continuing to grow. Teach Local is another piece when I talk about our 48,000 students. This is a partnership with Early College High School where we are working through a program, Teacher Cadets, where our high school students who are interested in becoming teachers, they obviously graduate from our early college with an associate's and then go on to finish and have a bachelor's degree so that they can teach. We had 4 graduates last year. There's 7 in the queue for this year. And part of these funds are really wanting to expand this program because I really feel we can go beyond early college, high school. Teacher Cadet program and programs similar to it offer a lot of opportunity to our students. And we have some of our high schools that aren't offering those programs. So we really want to look at that. The Men of Charleston Teach is one of our newest programs, kicked off in January of 2022. We are intentionally recruiting male teachers of color at the elementary level. There are 4 elementary schools with a cohort of 5 male teachers in each school for a total of 20 per year. Our goal is 20 males for the next 3 years to have a total of 60. We're partnered with the University of South Carolina for that certification process and Voorhees College for the praxis support there. Then also under pathways, I'm kind of running pathways and Carolina CAP into one in some ways. I'll pause and just say that Carolina CAP is a way for a route for alternative route certification, where the University of South Carolina is one of the few college and universities that has a non-degree seeking alternative route certification program. So they offer some areas that we can't offer. And they also offer a lot of support with the coursework that they offer as well. Another big piece for us in the last year or so in working with Mr. Kennedy when he was working very closely with cultural competency, and we were looking at how to create a more diverse teaching group, is really, I mentioned all of our employees who are not teachers, but maybe might have an interest in teaching. We surveyed all of our non-certified employees in the district, whether it was a teacher assistant all the way up to an accountant, maybe in Mr. Kennedy's area at the time. Is there anyone who's thought about being a teacher? And we have about 70 candidates. There are employees either already in a program or considering a program that starts either this summer or in the fall. Part of that is the Head Start opportunity we had for Head Start employees working with Kim. So we have a number of her staff that are also completing that degree. Some, again, are non-degree seeking and degree seeking. So when I say non-degree seeking, it means that person already has a bachelor's degree. We're going through the process to train them to become a teacher. If it's degree seeking, we have some individuals that maybe are seeking a bachelor's degree or an MAT in teaching. So we have several different pathways within that classified to TA group. And I think I've covered Carolina CAP pretty well. It's all kind of embedded within pathways to teaching. And then for the retention piece, we're continuing to grow our leadership pipeline. Mrs. Belcher and Terry Nichols have been working through that as a joint partnership between HR and Learning Services to continue to offer opportunities to teacher leaders who are aspiring to be principals, continuing with the Aspire program and with the program through the Citadel. So we're going to continue and enhance that as well. And then the acceleration schools. So our acceleration schools, we've created a comp structure for our current teachers who are at the acceleration schools, a $3,000 retention bonus for this year. Also a recruitment bonus for new teachers we're hiring, as well as referral bonus for current staff that refer someone who is hired for an acceleration school, as well as an attendance bonus. This is actually trickles down to, it covers all staff. So our classified hourly staff are included in those types of bonuses as well. And then also something for our principals. So we see this as a way to recruit and retain our talent at the acceleration schools. I did ask a couple of staff members to step in. And of course, they can stand up. So April Butler, April is over our pathways. Probably seen April before. I know Dr. Frazier, you saw her at SC State at the homecoming, and Tanya McIntyre, our acceleration schools. So that's, sorry it would be so long, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Brigman. Ms. Coker, on wraparound services, please.
Good afternoon. Just an overview of where we are and where we're moving to with wraparound services. So our mental health and wellness positions, we are currently advertising those. We have our mental health and wellness coordinator, clinical counselors, social workers, and mental health and wellness coaches, as well as school psychologists. Interviews started last week for many of those positions and hope to have a lot of them hired within the next few weeks for the start of fall of 2023, unless they're available sooner. We're also working on training and professional development, specifically and with the most effort around trauma-informed training. We are working with MUSC, D. Norton, and Department of Mental Health to create trauma series of training, Trauma 101 and Trauma 102, using our folks to train, as well as partnerships with those organizations, so that we have a layered approach to the trauma training. We have one school already doing that this Friday. So we are ready to go with 101. We are still working on the next layers with our partners, with our goal to train all school staff by the end of the ESSER funding, including if they need stipends to attend in the summer. We're contracting, I think most of you know that, with many people at this time to provide direct services to students in our schools. We currently have 14 counselors in 19 schools. At the end of the month, I'll do the data again, just to let us know exactly how many students and how many hours. But the last time I looked before spring break, we were at 145 students and over 250 hours of service. Typically calculate that at the end of the month. We are also working on a tuition reimbursement or accreditation process for our staff to receive support in perhaps becoming a social worker or a school psychologist, or getting their applied behavior analysis training, school counselor training. So working on a process for that. And we've also added another contracted partner to provide art therapy. And we are looking at the parent-child intervention therapy rooms and some of our early learning centers. We've begun those conversations with those principals. One of our big efforts at this point in time would be materials for our calming rooms and our calming kits. From our last update, we've got a lot more going out. So we were at 15 schools in March for the calming kits, and now we're at 32 schools. We've ordered over 1,200 kits. They have started to come in and are being delivered, and training is going on, as well as this calming rooms for students. We have 12 designed in elementary school. That's up from 5 last month. We have 3 in the middle schools and 2 in the high schools. What it means when I say design, that we've gone out and met with them. We've looked at the space and ensured it's a safe space. They've submitted their material order to us, and we have placed the order. So we're just waiting on those things to come for them. We do have a couple of them already in place, and the rest of them should be coming in the next few weeks. And then for staff calming rooms, we have 9 in the elementary, 3 in the middle, and 2 in the high school. Same process there. We review the rooms to make sure that what we can put in there, and then we work with the school to create their order and process it. And then we have a line item for additional supports. There are lots of ideas and lots of things out there that we are still looking at, as well as partnerships and additional contracted services. And so we have some money set aside for when other ideas are coming that are very viable, that we can quickly act on those.
Thank you, Ms. Coker. So the next section, we'll discuss the school-based allocations and proposals that came in from the schools. On the next slide, I won't go through this because I talked about it earlier. This is simply shows how we allocated the $28 million out to schools and the basis for doing that based on number of kids reading below grade level. So next thing we will get into each level: elementary schools, middle school, high schools, and acceleration schools, as well as a collaborative proposal by a group of schools here in D20. So with that, I'll ask Ms. Simmons to talk about the elementary school based grants.
Very well. Good afternoon, River Mac, Ms. Waters, board members, Mr. Kennedy, and our viewing public. So I want to take a little bit of time to briefly talk about some of the big themes that emerged from the elementary learning community, of which you can notice on the slide, 39 schools submitted plans. The bulk of them, the majority of them, needed to revise said plans, and ultimately all were approved. Before I dive into those big themes, I do want to take a moment just to acknowledge the amount of effort, work that went into the proposal. So our principals had a very narrow timeline to develop these proposals, and they did so at a tremendous rate. All of the proposals were steeped, grounded in research. And so I just want to give a quick shout out to the principals and their work on these proposals. So at the board's urging, at the board's direction, we developed a process by which schools could develop ESSER III proposals. A few recurring or prevalent themes emerged out of the 39 schools under my supervision line that I want to talk a little bit about today. First of which was intervention, reading and math intervention. So principals have decided to target after school, summer school, certified and classified interventionists to target those students who are not yet demonstrating readiness. So that might take the form of calling on small groups of students who are lacking in terms of grade level standards to make sure we're closing those gaps and getting our boys and girls, our scholars, closer and closer to grade level readiness. 34 out of 39 proposals had elements and themes of intervention and enrichment, whether it was summer school, as I alluded to, after school, Saturday school, or intervention work with a certified or classified staff member. The next big area centered around curriculum and instructional planning time in the form of stipends and substitute teachers, and I'll elaborate a little bit more. So school teams have identified the need to create the time and space for teachers to be able to unpack different data points, plan comprehensively with said data points, and synthesize all the various, you hear a lot about new curriculum, new program, but teachers need time and space to synthesize all the different curriculum and programs that we're asking, that we're charging them with executing. And so what it might look like is securing a substitute on a designated day-to-day so that teachers can have that opportunity. Or it could happen after school or doing summer planning. 28 out of 39 schools had that type of programming in their proposal. And then finally, for the elementary group under my supervision line was the coordination of social emotional learning and wraparound services. So with ESSER, a lot of extra resources will come into schools, right? The principals had the foresight to understand and realize that with all this extra, whether it's extra staff, i.e. social workers, mental health staff, community-based partners, there's going to be a need to have someone on staff whose sole responsibility is coordinating the wraparound and SEL supports. And so with that, we had 29 out of 39 schools calling for the coordination of all the wraparound and SEL supports that we hope will be a benefit for our students and families moving forward. At this time, you'll hear a little bit more about the big themes that emerged from the middle schools with Dr. Williams. Thank you.
Great day, everyone. I would like to first and foremost ditto what Ms. Simmons said about the hard work that the schools and their teams put into.
Can we have like 30 seconds for people rapidly trying to take notes that have never seen or heard this? Just give us 1 second. We can type on our
Absolutely.
notes. Thank you.
Awesome. So again, starting over, I'd like to ditto what Ms. Simmons said about really thanking the schools and their teams for the hard work that they put into the proposals. So I'm going to follow up, like she said, or she alluded to, with a high-level overview of the plans, proposals that were submitted and reviewed at the middle school level. So first, as you can see from your sides, we had 11 plans that were submitted and reviewed. We had all of those plans that were submitted needing some type of revisions in some shape, form, or fashion, and ultimately all 11 plans were approved. So the team that actually reviewed the middle school proposals consisted of an individual from the Department of Alternative Programs, an individual from Learning Services, an individual from our finance department, a level leader, which would be myself, and a principal over special projects. So it took us about 2 days or over 2 days, about 10 hours to review all of the middle school proposals. And like I said earlier, there were revisions needed on all of them. Some were minor for some schools, but some were major enough to where we had to sit down and do a one-on-one and flesh out further details of their plan. And everyone, despite, had an opportunity if they needed to have a one-on-one. All right, so I want to talk about the 3 themes that we saw the most across all of the middle school proposals. The first was extended learning time, and that could have been in the shape of after school, summertime, or actually on a Saturday, where schools felt as though they needed that extended learning time for those kiddos to address those gaps that they have as it relates to ESSER or prior to ESSER. So we also saw as a part of the engagement piece that we didn't want them to do what was typical. So some people actually put this in their plans, but as a part of the recommended or required revisions, we asked that they look at an engagement piece. So in addition to the academics, we had something that would hook, encourage, inspire kids to want to take part in those extended learning time opportunities. Extra. So this gave them an opportunity to do so. But in addition, they also had an opportunity to secure some research-based materials to use during those intervention periods to address the gaps of scholars. The final thing that we saw across the middle school plans, a prevalent theme was the need or increase for parental engagement and support. And one of the things that we saw were, we thought was really creative was the need for some type of parenting centers. We also saw for some schools an opportunity to hire parenting specialists where they didn't have the funding to do so in the past. And for many that had the parenting specialists, the opportunity to hire a bilingual parenting specialist, because we have seen an influx of these families that need supports in these schools. I should go back and tell you that for the extended learning time opportunities, we had 7 out of the 11 middle school proposals that spoke to this. For reading and math interventions or the embedded interventions during the day, we saw 9 out of 11. And for the increased parental support, we saw 5 out of 11. So one of the things I want to speak to is sustainability, because I know that's a big question on everyone's mind. And for a lot of our schools, we saw that they would look at some different funding sources after ESSER expires to support anything that they had put in place as a result of this funding, but they would also use the data and research to support if that was something that was still needed. All righty, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Larson at this time to give you a high-level overview of the high schools.
All right, if you can just give 30 seconds, allow them to get caught up on their thoughts. All right, Mr. Larson.
Good afternoon. As we looked at the 11 plans at the high schools, I think we were really encouraged. Not only were they
speak into the mic, so
not only were they done exceptionally well, but they were done with the similar strategies across the system. So from elementary, middle, and high, our principals are really zoned in on how we can advance the work of the third pillar in particular. So that was exciting to see. You can see here 11 plans were submitted. 11, all of them had some feedback that they needed to address, be it a budget line item or something similar to that. But in the end, all 11 were approved. We're looking at over $3 million total allocation to high schools. I'll tell you that the primary investment is focused on catching students who are significantly below on credits. So we're looking at graduation coaches, interventionists, and then additional personnel to sit side by side with kids to make sure that they're making up those courses. Of course, our graduation rate is something that's at the center of the work that we do in high schools. And so our systems for additional time and support, Saturday school, after school, those will give kids additional time to complete the credit that's required. So overall, we thought the plans were exceptional for the high schools. And we look forward to seeing how they align with the rest of the work that they're doing with Title I and their general fund.
Okay, you can just allow 30 seconds for board members to get caught up on their thoughts and writing, and well, I'll give you a signal when to begin.
So as we begin the next section, it'll be done by Ms. Haynes, with the acceleration schools when you're ready.
All right, Ms. Haynes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. So we had a team of one big team of about 6 people. They included individuals from curriculum and instruction, the inclusion and diversity office, the finance office, as well as someone from the State Department that works with our turnaround schools was able to help us with these plans. And of those submitted, 11 were submitted and 11 were approved. We did give the principals an opportunity to revise some of their items that they proposed. And some of those revisions consisted of needing a little bit more educational research around what they wanted to do, as well as clarity of baseline data, how they determined what was going to be done within their schools, what baseline data they used, as well as sustainability, as Dr. Williams spoke about. And then there were times when maybe the statements were not quite aligned with the vision, so they went back and worked on those items. It was very enlightening for the team to go through and look at those plans. It took a lot of time. The principals definitely put in a lot of time, but the committee members, being very strategic, we went through them with a fine-tooth comb. So those were some of the feedback statements that we gave them. Of the 11, the acceleration schools really focused on the wrap around services. And that was a pillar that we had the most requests from. Their focus is on SEL, small group and individual counseling, training on conscious discipline. They're looking to do more mentoring and mentorship programs. And one of them, which is very interesting, working with South Carolina State to have monthly professional development on how to work with their Black males and focus in on Black males in the acceleration schools. And then after school tutoring and other programs. The community-based organizations, I'm really excited about that because they're looking to work with Raising the Bar Mentoring, Be a Mentor, Charleston Hope, Rethink Ed, Art Pot are just a few Young Men Rise. So that connection with the community is going to help improve and enhance the students' learning. And the items that specifically focused on reading included teacher training and cooperative learning, using Kagan strategies, as well as additional interventionists and lead teachers to support students in improving reading skills. I think the only challenge is going to be making sure that we keep up with all of this, but they did an excellent job in preparing the plans and giving the feedback to them was really helpful to me because it gave me an opportunity to dig into those plans and give specific feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. And so when the board is ready, we'll ask Ms. Huggins to talk about the District 20 collaborative that took place with the proposals.
So may I ask a question? Is the District 20 collaborative separate from the elementary, middle, and high school things we just heard? So there'll be 2 layers. Every elementary school is in what we just heard and this.
So with the District 20 collaborative here, there would be some overlap with the acceleration schools, but we will, we in conjunction with the schools will work through those and make sure that we eliminate the overlaps. But so the District 20 schools that you're going to hear about, in addition to those principals coming together with their communities and coming up with this this community-based proposal, each individual school also had their proposal, and by necessity there was some overlap. But we recognize that, and we are meeting with the things this week with that group from downtown here to talk about how we move forward, including the overlap.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Huggins.
Good afternoon, Reverend Dr. Mack, Ms. Waters, board members, district staff. We were delighted, like Mr. Kennedy alluded to a second ago, to receive this District 20 collaboration plan or this proposal from 5 of our schools downtown on the peninsula. Mrs. Coates, I really appreciate that question. It was something that we were going to address with you. These schools developed their individual plans, but also worked with each school improvement council and key community leaders, including former Deputy Superintendent Barbara Delegard, to come up with a proposal here that centers around 4 pillars closely aligned with what is required in ESSER. You'll see the schools listed here: Sanders Clyde Elementary, Mitchell Elementary, Charleston Progressive Academy, Simmons Pinckney, and Burke. And like I indicated earlier, all 5 school improvement councils were engaged in this important work to come up with initiatives that they thought would best support their schools and school communities over the course of the next 2 years. The first centering on student supports, both extended learning opportunities before and after school for students, social emotional learning opportunities closely again aligned with what you heard Ms. Coker refer to earlier, and a lot of different cultural enrichment opportunities around the Heritage School of Knowledge. Secondly, they focused on a parent support initiative that is quite impressive, would build family support teams to target and to wrap around families that are really in need of supporting their students academically, social, emotionally, and in other ways we know that families are challenged. The third piece here is the community support initiative. Again, reaching out to several nonprofits, some of which Mr. Kennedy will refer to in just a moment on the next slide, to support families, but also to provide all-star teams in non-traditional supports for students on the peninsula, for students on the peninsula to which they may not have had access in the past. Also, as part of this pillar, this group of principals and their stakeholders focused on key wraparound services, dental, health, and other key things that families need to be successful. The last piece here focuses on that teacher recruitment and retention initiative. Like Mr. Kennedy just said, we're working with Ms. Belcher, Ms. Simmons, Ms. Haynes, who have already spoken a little bit about the school's proposals to see where there might be overlap. We know in this piece, Mr. Brigman referred to earlier, a few incentives. This piece focuses on how we get the best and keep the best in some of our most needy schools. It also wraps in a key support initiative by providing on-site daycare for employees' children as a means to, again, attract and retain some key teachers. So again, we were delighted to receive this proposal as a collaboration between these principals. And like both Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams said earlier, we are very grateful for the time that they and their community partners put into developing such a thorough plan based not only on research, but with some pretty impressive growth metrics aligned. Thank you.
All right, I think you're ready to go, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. So as we begin to wrap this presentation up, the community-based organizations, as the board recall, we had back this winter 71 proposals from community-based organizations. When we allocated the $28 million out to schools, we provide information to all of the schools on each of the 71 community-based organizations that submitted proposals, and gave them a process whereby they could review and determine which community organization they would potentially want to partner with. What you have here on this slide is list of 47 community-based organizations that either were selected by schools, and primarily these school-based selection, and are the central office staff selection that we think are appropriate to move forward with in some fashion. Now, I'll talk a little bit about some, not individual ones on here, but some of the process here. So the ones that with an asterisk, the organizations with an asterisk here indicate that those were not included in the 71 proposals. So these schools, I think it's about 10 of those. So that means those, they were, and each one of these with the asterisk was selected by a school or a series of schools. And so they said that, okay, 75 Calhoun, you've given us a list of 71. we know of other organizations out there that we either working with or we would like to work with. And so we would like to include those in the plan. So that's what that asterisk means by those CBOs. Another point on here is that although we're saying that we have this 47, that does not necessarily preclude us in the future from engaging with other CBOs if appropriate. I don't know what that process would look like, but we're not shutting the door on that. Another point here is that there were some proposals that were submitted in the 71 that had a combination of several organizations as a part of their overall submittal. And so that then if an organization that was included in a combined proposal is not listed on here, that doesn't preclude them also from potential participation. The next point here is that you don't have here before you a dollar value for any of these proposals. And the reason for that is, well, there are several reasons. One, in some instances, schools did not indicate a dollar value of an organization they want to participate in. They may say, I want to partner with X organization, and they left the dollar value zero, meaning that the scope of work is yet to be determined. In some instances, a school may say, may have in their proposal, let's say $100,000 with a particular organization. Well, that still doesn't define the scope of work. And so we have to go through the procurement process in any of these proposals to make sure that we follow the right, we're in compliance with the procurement policies and processes, et cetera. So although they are listed here, this does not finalize how a dollar value nor finalize the work with any particular CBO, because we have to go through that process of identifying the scope of work and the dollar value associated with that scope of work, and then then to get approval through the procurement process. And I think yes, those are the points I want to make on the community-based organization here. Again, reiterating that this list of 47 does not necessarily indicate that this is it is not the final say, both in terms of potential organizations coming into this work, nor does it finalize any scope of work associated with the proposals. And with that, the last section here, I'm going to ask Ms. Terry Nichols to come forward and talk about on the school-based proposals and plans. And once we get those scopes of work in place, and how then, as an organization, do we monitor and make sure that we stay on track on school-based plans? Ms. Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Reverend Mack, Mrs. Waters, board members, and Mr. Kennedy and staff. Though you've just heard a high-level overview of the very ambitious and exciting plans that the schools have submitted. And so that doesn't mean our work doesn't stop there of creating the plans. And so we're going to be engaging in it's very important that we monitor these plans and review them. And so we're going to be monitoring and reviewing these plans using a cycle of continuous improvement that we call Plan, Do, Study, Act. The associate superintendents, of course, will be involved in helping the schools implement their plans that they've turned in. And then as we start the implementation process, those plans will then be reviewed by the associate superintendents 2 times during the first semester, at least, and 1 time during the second semester. And as those plans are studied and the data is looked at, if there needs to be any adjustments made, those will be made at that time. That if things are going well, we'll continue. If the things need to be tweaked, we'll certainly think about doing that. So that's going to be part of our accountability and ongoing review of those programs. It's very important that if we need to make adjustments, that we do that. We are accountable for these plans, and we're accountable for our students' achievement. So we're very excited about the opportunity to get these plans rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. So board, that concludes the superintendent's update, except we're open to questions.
Okay, I know that there are a series of questions. However, we're going to utilize the time clock today, board members, so that we can make sure that we give everyone fair opportunity in asking their questions. The time clock is to my right, and to your right as well.
Can I just ask a clarification question about the process? Or can you just clarify in your thoughts, how many questions we're to ask at a time before going back around?
So you can ask as many questions as you want in your allotted time, but we'll come back around again if your time expires. So you'll get to ask all your questions. We just want to be fair to everyone to move them around quickly so that everyone's question get asked, and maybe your question may get asked in the middle of other questions. All right. Sure.
Talking about 2 minutes per person, or would you please explain that, sir?
Yes, so per board member, that's policy. We will operate accordingly to that. However, you will still get to ask all your questions because we'll go back around again so that all questions can be asked and answered.
So I think she's asking is the answer included in the 2 minutes? And no, that's not in the policy.
So
Policy doesn't have the
no,
answers.
I'll speak. I'll be clear. So your time will tick when you ask your questions. It will stop once the answer is being given to your question. If you have another question, your time will start again. So you'll get all your questions asked. The time will not roll while the response is being given from the individual.
Reverend Mack, can we have just a few minutes to gather our thoughts so that we're more appropriately organized to do the question process you just described?
Sure, absolutely. Dr. Frazier, did I answer your question?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
But would that include comments also, right?
Ma'am?
That would include comments too, right?
No. So if you ask a question, then it takes every bit of 10 seconds, right? So you still have a minute and 50 seconds left. That does not include the response you're going to get.
I don't have.
Okay, all right. Well, then you're good.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah, all right.
I'm gonna leave the channel 5 in mind.
Oh, okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and begin asking questions. So is there anyone that has any questions? Just signify so I can. All right, Dr. French.
So, first question is to Mr. Barowie. In the CCSD highlights, you mentioned that North Charleston opened its new Family and Community Center. And I'd like to understand how utilization of that space has impacted programming space for instruction for students.
It's utilized 2 classrooms. Thank you.
Okay, so is that about how many students does that reduce capacity?
We typically use a normal building capacity of 21 students per classroom. That's our typical use. That's our typical.
For high school?
Correct.
Okay.
21 per classroom.
All right. And then when you talked about the mental health piece, it looks like you're allocating money from ESSER II and ESSER III for mental health services. So even though the amounts might look small in the ESSER III allocations, about how much are we spending in ESSER II for that? I think it would help the public to understand, since that was a very important piece that was brought up during the community engagement. And I see Ms. Coker stepped up as well.
And Ms. Belcher may have the exact numbers, but in ESSER II, we do have the contract services began under ESSER II and are continuing into ESSER III. So that was a big piece of what we were doing, as well as looking at SEL curriculum for high school, which we're piloting. So we haven't used that money yet, but it's still there if the high schools decide to use that SEL curriculum. It also included stipends for summer training last summer for teachers to attend equity-based MTSS training, and will cover stipends this summer as well for equity-based MTSS training for a team from every school.
Great. Also, just thinking about the elementary school-based plans. Obviously, a lot of common themes that we've heard before, but wanted to make sure that when we talk about preserving curriculum and instruction planning time, that we're not just talking about when you're learning a new curriculum, that we're really going to be more intentional to set aside time for teachers in the long run and make that sustainable, because I think that's something that has been making it hard for teachers to want to stay.
I think one of our challenges, as the board knows, is the state constraints on the school calendar, which is part of the reason why we aim to have a system-wide engagement strategy beginning right after we finish this engagement around the modified calendar that this board has seen, because that would allow us to have some flexibility within the school year to allow professional development within breaks and to give individualized attention to kids in real time if they're falling behind. So I think that's a key strategy for us to get to cut down on summer learning loss, ensure kids are meeting their goals, but we have to see where the public is on that priority. And it would not begin again if we did get approval until not next year, but the following year.
Okay, and then I guess finally, I'm hoping that soon we're going to get some more information about how you're going to monitor student progress, their growth, their outcomes, to make sure that we're staying on target throughout.
All right. Okay, Ms. Coates?
So you said that North Charleston High School was using about 2 classes. What are we doing with the facility area that we built when we remodeled it about 15 years ago? Has that dedicated side door? Is that not where we're doing the family engagement?
Mrs. Coates, I don't understand which side door you're referring to. I don't know what you mean by side door.
So if you go to when the school was remodeled, there's and this should not take my time.
Right. Just pause it for a second. Yeah, pause it for a second.
You're standing on the Crawford Street, whatever they call it now. It used to be the Crawford Street. You're standing on the side of the building. You're looking at the front door. To the right is a small door. The sidewalk leads to the parking lot. And when I toured that school many years ago, it was specifically said that that door and that room was created so that there would be a parent ability to come in and ask for services and wrap around, that they didn't have to go through the main entrance. It's approximately 20 to 25 feet to the right of the main door.
So you're asking if it's the same rooms or additional?
Right.
rooms?
Is that the same rooms, or does this family center go into additional rooms
I'll
somewhere
confirm
else?
that. I've just sent them a text. I'll confirm that.
Not a
Unless somebody in
problem.
here knows. What?
That is the door that you're referring to, and when you walk into that door, right there, and that's what the parent center.
That's
So I don't know
perfect.
about that.
That's it. So my next question is, when are we going to see the school-based plans? And when are we going to see the community organization proposals? Remember, they were published initially. Will they be published again or not changed? But when do we get to see some more than just what everyone referred to as this very high level?
So on the community-based organization plans,
That and the school-based plans.
so on the community-based organization, so you're right. So those proposals were posted. I would anticipate that once we have a scope of work that's been agreed upon between each CBO and the district, then we will have additional information that we would make available to the board and to the public by posting them on the website. Let me take up tomorrow with staff about getting the school-based plans and how we get that visibility of that information transmitted.
And some of those school-based plans don't have dollars attached to them. So are there caps on, is there a cap? Are there any parameters on that, on the spending for a community-based organization or a school's cap on how much it can spend on one of the initiatives? What are the parameters, since these plans as they're presented don't have any of that scope of work and use included?
So the cap, the dollar cap on each school is based on the amount of dollars that were allocated. So each school was allocated a specific dollar amount based on the number of kids reading below grade level. So that is the
And they
cap.
can spend all of that on one thing or spread that money around. There's no cap on categories, or because each person got up and talked about 3 different high-level initiatives and then subbed in there other things. Is it just they can spend it any way they see fit within that $1 figure?
Well, so when we allocated dollars out to the schools and we gave instructions to the schools, we talked about a level of flexibility. And so there was a lot of unknowns. And so the central office said that we are open to working with individual schools and groups of schools based on what the needs are. And so although there may be, let's say a school allocated $600,000, if there's a compelling reason to take that up to $700,000, we can make that work within the parameters of the ESSER $3, then we're open to those types of discussion. So there's not a hard and fast rule, but a starting point that we have to adhere to that starting point and have the opportunity to work with schools.
They also have to fall within the ESSER categories, obviously.
Right.
So but that's the only parameter. So if the school really wanted to go all in on summer school and after school programs, they could spend all their allocation on those two items. There's no requirement that they include some mental health supports or requirements for other.
Well, I mean, as each person presented, they said that I think, I can't remember whether it's 100% of the plans, but somewhere a higher percentage of the plans had to have revisions. That some of the revisions were minor and some were more substantial. And so I think that's a collaboration between the folks here in this central office, including a series of principals that help design the process and trying to work with the principals who are in their communities who are submitting proposals.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Frazier?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just have a very quick question and then I have a comment. I guess I'm looking at the community-based organization partners. And you said something about the procurement process. Could you give us an idea of when that process will take place? And when will we get the dollar amount? And this is referring to the community-based project partners.
Yeah, so we don't have a timeline, Dr. Frazier, on when we get through the procurement process. Again, so in terms of the process, so we have proposals that have been submitted. We've had staff, school-based staff, central office staff, review proposals. And so we have to come up with the concrete plan, what we call scope of work that we would agree upon within CBO. So any contract that we have, even outside of the ESSER, any contract that we have with an organization, we go through the same process, an agreed upon scope of work, and then a procurement process. And so I would envision that with a list of 47 and potentially more, that there would not be a specific date for all 47, that over some time period between now and the beginning of the summer, if some of the work is taking place in the summer, then we would have, we begin to see some solidification of those scopes of work in the procurement and the award of an agreement or contract.
Okay. I want to make one last comment. This is a lot of information. We have 9 people here listening to information coming at us in such a limited amount of time. And I know that there are many questions that will be coming from us. And one of mine is, what does mental health have to do with alternative programs? I'd like for you to share that with me at a later date, because as a professional social worker, that just seemed like those two just doesn't match. But I also want to say something to this board that I'd like for us to take a look at how we can best utilize our time. Give the staff the opportunity and the leadership the right to lead this district and move forward, and then look for accountability. I just want to say that we have a responsibility as a board to be more effective in how we run this district, look at our roles, and then move forward, rather than dealing with the little itty bitty pieces of how many teachers in a classroom. I mean, some of this information is important, but for some of this information, I just think that we could best utilize our time dealing with the business of making sure that Mr. Kennedy is doing his job and making sure that there's accountability within the district. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Waters.
Thank you, Reverend Mack. I first of all, thank you so much for these plans. It was extremely thorough. It was a lot of information, so I do have quite a few questions. So my first question actually as a follow-up to one of the ones that Dr. Frazier asked, I heard you say, Mr. Kennedy, that there's no timeline yet determined for when the community-based organizations will go through the process. But my question is, you mentioned in your report that you need to make sure that the scope of work and the process that you use is aligned to the procurement process. But the question is, was not the original proposal submission process aligned to the procurement process? And if not, I guess, actually, if you just answer that question first, it'd be great.
So it was not. So last summer, maybe starting last spring, I don't remember the exact month, but the district received unsolicited proposals. Of the 71 CBOs, some of those were unsolicited proposals. And then when at some point during the summer, we created the portal so that, and we invited people organizations to submit proposals. They submitted proposals to the central office. None of those proposals went through the procurement process. And so we're at the point now where it's time to have agreed upon, agreements with an organization in the district. And we have to go through that procurement process to make sure that it's appropriate.
So, and I understand scope of work and all of those things, but I'm wondering if it didn't originally go through the procurement process, why does it have to go through it now?
So the district enters into an agreement with any organization.
Mhm.
There's a document that solidifies that agreement. We call them contracts. Sometimes we call them agreements, MOUs, whatever they are. So for instance, we have a number of nonprofits right now that we have agreements with. And so before we can allocate money out to any of those nonprofits, outside of this ESSER process, then they have to go through the procurement process. The procurement people have to work with the appropriate staff to make sure that they understand the scope of work. The procurement department has to then work with the CBO or the community organization or the nonprofit, make sure that they're in agreement. There's standard contractual language that the district goes through that we have to comply with to make sure that our organizations that whether they're commercial or nonprofit, that we contract with are in compliance.
So I understand contracts and I understand procurement process. I guess my question is, were they already going to go through that process originally? Are we in an advancement or are we going backward is what I'm wondering. So when they submitted proposals originally, even if we had kept to the original process, would they have to have gone through this procurement process anyway? Okay, that's what I was wondering. I just wanted to make sure we were still moving forward and that this wasn't a new thing.
No, this is nothing complete. There's nothing new about this at all. You know, so we had the 71. There was this question of how did we get those 71 proposals vetted, reviewed by schools, reviewed by central office. And so that's what we've been working on for the last couple of months or so. Now we're turning our attention to more of the compliance piece.
Gotcha. Thank you. And going back to, I had a question for Mr. Brigman, a couple of questions. Could you clarify what's the name of the program that you talked about where you have the goal of 60 men of color in classrooms over 3 years?
So that program is called Men of Charleston Teach.
Okay. And then also, I heard that program specifically focused on men of color, but of all the programs, what is the data showing about recruitment numbers for teachers of color from all of those programs?
From all of those programs. So they're all fairly new. Men of Charleston Teach just started in January. We actually have an interesting timeline. We had 5 of our new teachers come on board in January as a second teacher in the classroom. And there are another, I believe, 9 lined up for fall. Okay, April's in charge of this. So.
So all of these programs are leading, the evidence is research-based, and that these alternative programs do lead to a high number of diverse candidates. So across the board, all of the Carolina CAP programs, to include TA to Teacher, as well as Men of Charleston Teach and Teach Charleston, are showing that most of our candidates are diverse.
Okay, thank you. And then what's the average rate of vacancy annually? Well, I guess first day of school.
It's first day of school. So this past year has been a little, I would not say it's our norm with COVID. As far as a percentage, I don't know. We probably started the first of school in the 20s or so as far as classroom vacancies. We've had difficulty decreasing that number. It's continued to probably double throughout the year, so it's been a challenging year.
Okay. Thank you. And then, so when we were talking about the elementary, middle, and high school plans, I know that you all reference sustainability quite a bit, and I'm Joe, Michelle, and talking about looking for additional funds post ESSER. But my question is, and I don't actually know if this is a question for you two or elsewhere, but if we're going to have to fundraise, or I guess one, what avenues are we looking to for that additional funding? And if fundraising is going to have to happen, do we already have someone for that? No, I did. Someone for that. Do we have a grants person or someone for that?
So we do have a grants person working under Dr. Taylor's office, but in large part, schools, a segment of our schools already have alternate funding. I think Mr. Larson alluded to Title I funding, school improvement funding, priority funding, so that they can use and leverage in other ways. But I think in large part, we want schools to be able to build capacity. So teach or train the trainer models where whoever we are able to hire, recruit at this point during this ESSER period, we can build capacity in our building so that when this money falls off, the folks inside the schoolhouse are able to continue to carry the work forward. But we do have a grants person in the building, Ms. Alicia Coquinas.
Thank you.
And I'll also say that historically here, we've considered every fund that we have as an independent fund. So the General Operating Fund, Title I Fund, the CSI funds coming from the state. Each fund is it's been considered and managed separately. And so with the interim chief financial officer, she's building a model that allows us to do what we call an all fund, take an all funds approach. And so when we talk about sustainability, it's going to be a challenge, but at the same time, we have a number of resources from different grants that we can thread together and figure out how to begin a sustainability program that's comprehensive.
Okay, Ms. Hedrick.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the timeline. So I know several of the school-based organizations are on specific timelines for implementation. So when are we looking to review these and for full board approval on the school-based applications?
So we don't have that timeline finalized yet. I mean, this today is a milestone that we frankly were up against a tight timeline given the spring break to be able to present to you all this afternoon where we are. So staff will meet tomorrow, talk about next steps and how we move forward. And then later, the committee of the whole, I think it's May 9th, will bring additional information back to the board on what that looks like.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Green.
Just a couple of questions. One relates to the high school plan. In the middle and elementary school, they talked about, Michelle and Dr. Williams talked about the focus areas like the high three. The only thing I heard in the high school, what came out of the proposals was graduation. So is that where, that's the only emphasis for the high school?
So no, the high schools are absolutely focused on recovering credits for students who are significantly behind, primarily because of the impact of COVID. But also you'll see in their plans a significant focus on working with Department of Alternative Programs, advancing the mental health supports, building systems to provide those supports in the school day, but beyond the school day. So a really strong focus on wrapping around the student, providing social and mental health supports, and also professional development focused on positive school climate programs like capturing kids' hearts or restorative practices.
Thank you. And my other question, I'm not sure who to direct this to, maybe Ms. Belcher.
Ms. Green, can you speak in your microphone?
Oh, sorry. Maybe Ms. Belcher. What are we going to do to support these principals with this extra work? you know, we hire principals to oversee schools, to oversee students, education process. And I know these programs fit into that, but this is extra for them. And are we comfortable that they are comfortable taking this on, and what kind of support will we be able to provide them?
It's a good question. We have, as you may remember, it's part of ESSER II. We did add a program director and a data analysis to do some of the back office side of management of the funding coming in and obviously doing the documentation that's required. So some of the contract work, I would imagine, and the logistics of the MOUs and other things can be handled centrally to take that compliance side off of principals. The D20 principals in their proposal anticipated, given the level of investment that they're thinking about, that they would need to hire staff specifically to manage that initiative. Now, again, that's still an idea stage and not at a final stage. And I do think one of the challenges is because of the short timeline, we are adding, despite a lot of pushback in a gentle way from the associate superintendents, a lot of staff. And given the current economic climate, I think that concerns all of us. Will we be able, particularly Mr. Brigman, will we be able to find those staff? So I think that's another place, as Mr. Kennedy said, we might need to turn to our community partners. Like I do anticipate that we will be reaching back out to some community partners, particularly ones that we've worked with in the past around mentoring and tutoring, like Reading Partners and others. But in that case, it'll be a more narrow focus and less about us coming to soliciting a proposal, more about saying we need someone to help in this way. So I hope that will also take the load off, because when you're managing a contract, it's a lighter lift than if you're managing the individual tutors in the program. So that's a key place where we want to try to get to more contracted services. But again, I think this is also a place where I'm hoping the level leaders will monitor, and if we need to shift some resources centrally, we would do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Coakley. Okay. All right, Ms. Hedrick, you have a follow-up question?
I just want to elaborate on Ms. Green's question. So I know a lot of the schools decided on extended time, both in after school and summer. Are we working with, say, your kaleidoscopes and some of the community partners so we're not duplicating, or the majority of the schools wanting to start programs from scratch?
Ms. Hedrick, from the plans I saw, they're working in collaboration with their existing partners and trying to target those students that our own CCSD summer enrichment camp might not already be targeted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Coakley, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. I apologize. My question was going to be, and I looked down and I saw the ones with the asterisks next to them, that these schools actually submitted these proposals. But I was just curious to know the ones that didn't have asterisks, if they just submitted the proposals, are we sure that the schools are going to be working with them, and what schools are going to be working with them? And were they actually initiated by the schools? Because if we don't have that, if they're not, you know, partnering with the schools, or we just want to make sure that they're going to be interested in working with these schools, and it's not just something that the community organization popped by themselves, if that makes sense. I'm sorry, just leaving the car.
If I understand the question correctly, Ms. Coakley, so the ones with the asterisk, those were organizations that were not a part of the original 71. And so they were selected outside by schools outside of that list of 71. The other ones, the ones without asterisks, they were also selected by schools. So they will be included. They just, they were also a part of the original 71 CBOs. So that list of 47, all 47 have opportunity to be included.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is that your only question, Ms. Coakley? All right, follow-up question, Ms. Coates?
So yes, just for clarification, this may be too early to be asking, but are the community-based organizations required to be 503c3 status? Are they required to be not-for-profit, or some of these are for-profit entities?
I don't know if there's a requirement for them to be non-profits. The vast majority are nonprofits, and I haven't looked at each of the 47 that's on this list, but I would say that, you know, well over 90%, I would guess would be.
But if they're
nonprofit.
not, that's not a deal breaker.
That's right.
Okay. And just another high level question. I heard this sprinkled throughout the presentations. Are we going to be funding tuition to secondary educational entities for people who want to get their bachelor's, for people who want to get into their counseling? Is CCSD going to start funding some of those tuitions?
So we are paying tuition at some of the schools for some of our employees. We have agreements with like the University of South Carolina. So yes, ma'am, this part of a commitment, an employee has to commit to continued service in the district.
Just as a sideline, it may be worth defining that, so it's not, so we know how much money we're spending out of our CCSD funds to pay tuitions. I think that's a good plan, but I also think that there probably needs to be, not just in everybody's mind, how that needs to be a little bit more clearly defined.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is kind of my last statement. And I think, Terry, you said it best, but I would ask that as you go to the next phase for us, because what you're doing for us is also putting it into the public arena. So it's not just for the board, it's for the community. Is at some point, and I'll use an example, we said these are not all the community-based organizations we'll use. At some point, we have to finalize that list, because we don't want to be coming back 16 months later and have people confused and have a district say, well, we told you there'd be other people. You know, we need to be able to define the plan and define the players and then define the expected results, not just internally for you as the professionals, but for the people who are watching to see if this works. Like the D20 initiative could be transformational, but we would hate to see it get back into a PR issue where people are like, well, you keep adding or you keep taking away. And then our response is, well, we never told you that we wouldn't. So my encouragement is that we create something people can hang on to, because they're also wanting to compare the front end to the back end, not just staff. And that would be my suggestion as you move forward.
Okay, Ms. Waters.
Ms. Green actually asked my question.
Okay, great. Dr. French.
Yeah, this is a clarification question for slide 12, where you talk about non-academic detail. Under activities authorized under ESCA, IDA, AFLA, and the Perkins Act, the amount you have listed here is the same amount as that was funded for Achieve Charleston. Does that mean we're not funding any other programs under these acts?
Well, so those acts then would apply, is my understanding, on that federal grant to all of the categories. So I don't know why we specifically call those acts out under the $1.6 million, I think it is, for the Chief Charleston, but those acts apply to the entire grant. My understanding.
But my understanding is that's
grant?
the ESSER section that Achieve Charleston falls under, ma'am. So those are listed in terms of the ESSER category, not so much that. So that's correct. It is just Achieve Charleston right now, because we didn't put even though we are doing things for kids with special needs and others, we just didn't put it under that ESSER category.
Okay, because I think that it would be a bad omission not to do something for our special needs kids.
And we are. It's just it's a classification system, not a. And also there's additional money as separate from these ESSER grants that are given specifically to under IDEA, and I can't remember the name of it, but there's an extension similar that they're using just for special needs kids.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there any further questions in reference to the report on ESSER III?
I just think we have the timeline established, if we could publish that as well, so community organizations, school-based organizations, and just the community in general know what that timeline for approval looks like.
Okay.
So we'll do that. So this is the last meeting, we had the meeting up at the CAS up at North Charleston. I presented this concept of how we manage complex initiatives. So part of that, and so Ms. Nichols talked about this plan, study, do, act. And so we have a process that's either under development or fully developed on how we would execute on these and provide supports to schools, including how we establish under each statement of work timelines for the overall project. So we'll get there. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kennedy and your staff for the report and the update on the ESSER III. At this time now, we'll move to item 4A, B, and C, which will be chaired by Ms. Hedrick.
Great, thank you, Reverend Mack. First up is item 4A, the early college high school academic calendar for 2022-2023. Ms. Huggins and Ms. Belcher, who's taking this one?
So I'll just do the highlight, and if there are questions, Ms. Huggins will answer them. As the board knows, early college moved in the last couple of years to better align its academic calendar with that of the college. So this is next year's proposal, and we're asking for board approval for this adjusted calendar.
Do we have any questions?
Oh, and I have one.
Okay.
So how's it differ from the regular calendar? I mean, that's the only really question anybody would have. How is this different than the rest of the CCSD calendar?
Ms. Huggins, I defer to you.
Thank you, Ms. Coates, for that. The changes on that calendar primarily align with Trident Tech start, end date, their spring break and those sorts of things. So we've made concessions for that in the draft you see there.
Specifically, will all CCS kids be on spring break at the same time? Or will kids in the early college high school have a different spring break?
The latter is true. Children and students at the early college have a different spring break.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And just because that's never been said before the beginning of the school year, I wanted to make sure parents aren't coming back shocked in August that they've got two different kids with two different sets of spring breaks.
Thanks for making sure we clarify that.
Any other questions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the drafted early college high school academic calendar for 2022-2023.
Second.
That was approved. Next up is item 4B, and that is the textbook selection for spring 2022 for revised K-5 science. Ms. Belcher.
So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Davis just to explain to the board again why we're coming back to you asking for approval for different materials than we asked for approval just a couple months ago.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hedrick. We're coming back to the Board of Trustees for this because with an amended K-5 science recommendation, because there was a change in terms of the funding source of how the State Department was going to fund the science instructional resources for particularly the kits. Initially, when we came before the board, we stated that the kits came with the book Carolina Smithsonian. And later on, there were some additional changes and they decided that they were not going to fund the kits. So we went back to the committee and they provided another recommendation, which was Huffman Mifflin Harcourt. And that textbook, it meets all of the criteria that we stated before in terms of cultural competency. It includes students that are representative of all populations within the CCSD community, as well as it provides literacy strategies, which helps our students meet that goal of reading on grade level by 5th grade. So we bring that back to the board with the recommendation to approve that.
Thank you. Any questions?
So I did. So it is, just clarify why we're changing textbooks 30 days apart. I realize that the science kits aren't being off, but they're not being funded for any book. So the book you're choosing doesn't have a funding line for the kids. So why are we changing the book when no book we change to provides the benefit we lost?
Right.
I just want to make sure we're choosing books based on the best curriculum. And the other curriculum in your presentation last month emphasized the MLL learning.
Right.
And it emphasized a lot of the comments and input, none of which I'm hearing for this one. So why are we getting the new book?
This one, this particular textbook, ma'am, it includes the same thing, MLL as well, all of the same resources that were available with Carolina Smithsonian are well. And as a matter of fact, when we went back to the committee, it was the book that was recommended within the top 4 choices as well. And actually, it beat Carolina Smithsonian, but we went with that resource because it provided a kit. So as a result of that, we're going back to get the book that's more closely aligned.
So this was a better option last month and y'all chose not to.
Well, another
bring it
criteria
forward?
is cost effectiveness,
It's
Ms.
cost
Coates. So
effective.
we were under the belief that the kits were going to be included,
Right.
as were all of the other districts across the state within that offering. So it met our criteria, and we would not have to pay the additional amount as good stewards of public dollars for those kits. The state has subsequently amended the list, period, and their kits are not included at all for any of the curriculum with that new variable that made us reevaluate our selection. And we went with something that was higher on the list, knowing we're gonna have to pay for the kits anyway.
That's what I was gonna say. So ultimately, we can come back and say this is a better quality product.
Yes.
While you were trying to be financially prudent last time, this is in fact a better quality product.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
right.
Any additional questions? Right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the revised K-5 science instructional materials recommended for use in Charleston County School District by the Textbook Selection Committee.
Second.
That motion was approved. Now our last item 4C is the textbook selection for spring 2022 K-2 and select high school social studies. Ms. Belcher.
So the recommendation is included in board docs. As the board knows, we had new social studies standards, and we did some of our own curriculum build out last summer. These textbooks would supplement that. Dr. Davis is here to answer any questions the board has on specific selections, however.
Do we have any questions? I'd like to make a motion to approve the instructional materials recommended for use in Charleston County School District by the Textbook Selection Committee for the subjects in the attached recommendation and justification documents.
Second.
That motion was also approved. That wraps strategic education. Thank you, Reverend Mack.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Herrick. Item 5A will be chaired by Ms. Green.
You will have coming to you for the board meeting today, 2 action items from audit and finance, which we have, you will be voting on, and then there are 3 information items. If anyone has any questions, you certainly try to answer them now or at the board meeting. Thank you, Mr. Reverend Mack.
All right, thank you, Ms. Green. Item 6A as policy, chaired by Dr. French.
Thank you, Reverend Mack. So today we have one policy update. It's for the capital maintenance plan code, policy code FBA. There are a couple of changes. A minor change is a sentence that was struck out in one of the bullet sections, and that does look like a big change, but it's basically restating the same intent in the previous bullet. So that's why that's being struck out. And at the beginning of the policy, we have a change that would put the capital maintenance plan more in line with the building plan, which is a 6-year plan. So this plan, as is the 5-year capital maintenance plan, it's going to be changed to a 6-year capital maintenance plan. Are there any questions? All right, do I hear a motion?
Move to approve first reading of the revised policy.
Second.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, then I'll call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously, so it will go to the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. French. Item 7A is the legislative update for information purposes that was included. Are there any questions in relation to the legislative update? Hearing none. Item 7B is the proposed board meeting schedule for 2022-23 as listed as outlined in the document. Are there any questions in reference to the proposed schedule?
Move to approve.
But I'm sorry, let me get a second, Dr. French, and then is there a second to that, a motion to approve? Second, moved by Ms. Coates, second by Ms. Waters. Dr. French, you have a question?
Yes, I'd like the board to consider that with the meeting dates where we have doubled up meetings, where we have the CAL and the board meeting on the same date, that we endeavor to either only include items on the CAL agenda that would be voted at the next month's board meeting, or publish the packet information 2 weeks in advance so that the public has time to review.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Hearing none. Okay, that motion passes. Item 7C. Dr. Taylor? Anything you want to share in addition to the proposed board agenda items?
Approve.
Okay, all right.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Coates, second by Ms. Hedrick. Are there any questions from board members? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Okay, that motion passes 7-1. Item 7D is the ad hoc committee for superintendent search. Ms. Green?
Thank you, Reverend Matt. The ad hoc committee consisting of Ms. Darby, Dr. Frazier, and myself met and reviewed the 13 proposals that, not proposals, they were actually firms that were either referred to the committee, and we made a selection of the 6 firms here for next steps. Obviously, you could reduce that, but because we didn't have all of the specific information, because we didn't really solicit information from these firms, there was some questions about what they would do, and we would have to make that more clear to them as we move forward. But so that's why we ended up with such a large number. I think such a large number. So they are for approval and next steps to be determined by the board.
Okay.
So Ms. Green, I tend to agree with you for two things. Really, if I hear you, all this committee did was review the published stuff that came off their websites.
Correct.
Because that was what was handed to us.
Correct.
And so there's really no vetting process that said eliminate these 7 and keep these 6, which generally I think is probably as good as you could get at this point in time. But I would propose that we kind of step this up. We have 2 other districts in South Carolina, in addition to the Southeast, currently looking for superintendents, and their superintendent search process is starting after us, and they're already getting to out there in the public. Can we narrow this down to 3 and move forward with a motion that says we bring those 3 in to present and hire?
I don't know that I would agree to present and hire without some conversation with these firms.
That's what I'm talking about. Bring them in to propose, maybe present was the wrong word, to propose and define the next step as we'll have these 3 firms come in, provide proposals, and at the end of that proposal process, hire somebody.
Is there any other comments? Ms. Waters?
Just a reaction. I actually would prefer to sit with a larger number than 3. I do get the urgency, but I want to hear more and be able to ask more questions from more of the firms.
And that's fine. So what I'm hearing you say is you want to get started with getting them in here so we can start talking to them, but you don't want to limit any of these 6 off the table today.
Not necessarily, only because we don't have any reason to, and I do trust that the committee did.
Well, thanks to both of you. Needless to say, we didn't have good participation with feedback from board members regarding the initial, but the information we had, there were logical reasons for eliminating the ones that we did. And we thought the others had potential. So if we decide, I don't know that we as a board have decided how far we're going with this process or whatever, but if we decide to move forward, it would be my recommendation that we develop some sort of criteria that we're looking for the superintendent. And I thought that was going to come out of the governance training that we're trying to have, which would really be helpful. And then I would have recommended some Zoom calls with firms initially, and then cutting the number down to maybe 3 to bring in. And because at this point, we aren't looking at apples to apples, is whatever somebody may have put out on their website.
Sure.
But we thought based on their experience or based on there were several things the 3 of us were looking at, but that would be, if we are to move forward, that would be my thought about what the next step should be.
So can I make a motion?
Yeah, hang on, Ms. Darby?
Yeah, Reverend Matt, the only thought I had, and we talked about this a little bit in our ad hoc committee meeting, is that, well, the main thought I have, not the only, is that the difference in our search compared to other school districts is that, all 9 of our seats are open up for reelection, and we could potentially have a completely new board. So as we are searching for a superintendent's going to be interviewing us as well. And I think, I'll be interested to hear what the firms say about whether, this caliber of superintendent we're looking for is going to be willing to come, not having any idea who they're going to be reporting to. So that was one reason that we thought, we could make this recommendation. We could do more work and recommend those firms to the new board to use. But whatever we're going to do, if we're going to move forward, we need more participation than just the 3 of us on the ad hoc.
Okay.
When you initiated our initial conversation with him, we came out of that saying that we wanted to hire the superintendent before November. I'm not sure I think that's a good idea, but that's what the board came out of that meeting you had Dwayne run 2 months ago. So, I was working off the assumption that's what the board wants.
Okay. Any further questions?
Not questions, but a comment just for the benefit of the public, that within the superintendent search, there's a great deal of activity that has to happen beyond just the board selecting someone. We have to create a profile of the individual. We need to get public input on that. And that's quite a bit of work that we can be doing in these next however many months before November. I agree that about the caliber of individual and not knowing who their bosses are. I mean, but also I say give it a try because we're sitting here. And that we could get all of those other activities lined up and be very clear about who we need to be looking for based on what the community wants well before November.
Okay.
I agree.
I would like to propose a motion.
All right, just, Ms. Coates, I
I'm
will,
sorry, I didn't.
I will get your motion in a minute. Just be patient. Any further comments or questions? All right, Ms. Coates, you have a motion?
Sure, I move that we initiate Zoom meetings with all 6 of these firms within the next 30 days. Just for a high-level presentation of what they provide, what they charge for what they provide, what they, they're going to bring some information to the table before we ask questions like, this is how long we normally take. This is how we do it. This is how much we charge. We can do that before we've developed a profile of the candidates we're looking for. So I propose we have those Zoom calls and let them present their basic business operating proposals within the next 30 days.
So you want to
What's
just
the
read
actual
it? Hang on. There's a, Ms. Coates gave a motion and comments and everything else at the same time. You want to
Propose Zoom
redefine that?
meetings with all 6 candidates within the next 30 days to propose their basic business and operating plans.
Okay. All right, that a motion has been moved by Ms. Coates and second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions?
I think we can work in conjunction with the governance training to start creating a profile.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
All right, no questions from the floor, ma'am. We can't take any questions from the floor. No, ma'am, no questions from the floor. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Dr. Rich?
I just wanted, I'm sorry, Kate, but I just wanted to make sure that that works for the committee since you've been doing most of the work so far.
My committee's charge is complete.
Right, the ad hoc committee work has been done.
Right.
What has been requested of them? Ms. Darby?
I support doing that, but I'm not 100% sure that we're going to be able to get that done in 30 days along with the 2-day governance training and our regular meetings. So, maybe we shoot for 45 days or we recognize that we can certainly try for 30 days. I just don't want, those firms may be able, they may have other searches going on. So and getting all 9 of us together to do that, I think it might be really pushing it.
Okay.
So I think 45 days would be good.
All right. So motion has been made, it's been seconded. Is there any consideration to that amendment request or you?
I think Ms. Waters and I discussed it, and you're right, it may take 45 days, but let's go in saying, let's give it a shot for 30 days, let them or our time frame delay it. We can delay it, but I say we go in and at least attempt to get this started.
Okay.
We're not even doing this against a profile of the type of person we want to hire. We're just trying to find out if there's a firm that's charging 1.4 million versus one that's charging 300, very high level.
Right. All right. Yes, because Ms. Coates gave a very.
No, I gave a one sentence at the end.
Go ahead.
Right, Lauren
Yeah.
added something to it.
Yeah.
Motion to initiate Zoom meetings with all 6 firms within the next 30 days for them to present their basic business and operating proposals.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it.
All right, any further questions or comments? All right, hearing none, then we ask you to please cast your vote. Okay, that motion passes. Ms. Green, if you would, we will coordinate the information you have shared tonight, and then we'll move forward trying to set up this and coordinate it with the board. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, item 7E. Julie, you have, yes.
Item 4A. Calendar. Item 4B. Textbook selection, K-5 science. Item 4C, textbook selection, spring, K2 select social studies. Item 6A, policy FBA first reading. Item 7B, board meeting schedule, and item 7D, ad hoc search. The item 7C would go to the
Okay. All right, entertain a motion.
Basically moving all items to 7C.
Correct.
I move that we all move items 4A, 4B, 4C, 6A, 7B, and 7D to potential consent at our meeting immediately following this committee meeting.
Is there a second? All right, moved by Ms. Cole, second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions?
What happened with 7C? I'm sorry.
That motion that was 7-1. It wasn't unanimous.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, we ask that you please cast your vote. Okay, that motion passes. Item 8A is the upcoming meeting we have scheduled. Immediately today, we'll have a regular board meeting. But the next sets of meeting will be May 9th, which will be the COW, the committee of the whole meeting. And then May 23rd will be our regular board meeting as outlined. As at our last board meeting, I talked about maybe in May having our regular board meeting or a COW meeting, maybe at the CAS at West Ashley, as we did at the CAS in North Charleston as a potential opportunity to visit out there. I wanted to know if the board opposed having a regular board meeting May 23rd at the CAS West Ashley.
I like it.
All right. So staff, if we can prepare for our May 23rd board meeting to be at the CAS West Ashley. Okay. All right. Entertain a motion for adjournment. We will adjourn this portion of our meeting. However, we will start our regular board meeting at 3:20. 3:20. This meeting's adjourned. Ready? All right, thank you. Okay, we will now call the April 25th, 2022 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Entertain a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Coates, second by Ms. Green. Are there any questions? Dr. French?
Yes, I'm sorry. If it pleases the board, I'd like to move that we adopt the agenda with moving item 9A to the consent agenda.
Item 9A. Okay. Was that, Dr. French, was that the one you
Yes.
voted against? And okay, all right. All right.
There is no 9.
It's been relabeled 9A under other business.
Not on my agenda.
Yeah,
It
so
is
board members, if you would
annual board
just,
committee
hang on.
agenda.
Board members, if you would just refresh your board docs.
Mhm. Yep, refresh it.
Okay, you refresh your board docs. And the item Dr. French was referencing, item 9A, annual board committee agenda item chart. So the agenda was seconded, moved and seconded by Ms. Coates and second by Ms. Green. Dr. French asked that item 9A be added to the consent agenda item as a friendly amendment to that motion.
And to be clear, all this really is the board's work plan. It's not affecting students' education or anything that the community would have a vested interest in reviewing. So I'm perfectly okay
Okay,
putting that there.
all right, any further questions? All right, that friendly amendment has been accepted, but item 9A to be moved to item 10 under consent agenda items. Hearing no further questions, we ask that you please cast your vote. Okay, that item passes. Item 1C is approval of minutes. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Can I ask a
By
question?
Dr. French. Moved by Dr. French, second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions?
I have a question. I'm looking at us approving the votes, and it's only 8 of us that are being counted. Is somebody not there?
So Dr. Frazier has left the meeting.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay, item 1C, approval of minutes, have been moved by Dr. French and second by Ms. Waters. Are there any other questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
Yes. Didn't realize I witnessed something.
Okay, that motion passes. Board members and members of the audience, I sadly must announce the passing of one of our employees who was a part of the Department of Exceptional Children Family, Miss Amy Robinson, who served CCSD students for many years as a speech pathologist, passed away this morning after a courageous battle for the last few years. Please join me in prayer as we remember Ms. Robinson, her legacy, and all she did in service to children in CCSD. In your hands, O Lord, we humbly entrust our brothers and sisters. In this life, you embrace them with your tender love. Deliver them now from every evil and bid them eternal rest. The old order has passed away. Welcome them into paradise, where there will be no sorrow, no weeping or pain, but fullness of peace and joy. with your Son and the Holy Spirit, forever and ever. Amen. May we pause now for a moment of silence? We're now be led in a pledge of allegiance to the flag by Ms. Coates. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will move special recognition to, I'm sorry, are you? Okay, all right, we will now move forward with special recognition. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Matt. Can you please join me over on
Okay.
this side of the boardroom? Good evening, Chair Matt, Vice Chair Waters, Board of Trustee members, Superintendent Kennedy, all CCSD staff, and all of our visitors. Welcome here today. We first would like to recognize this year's Mark Cobb and Ron McWhirter Scholarship recipients. The Ron McWhirter Mark Cobb Scholarship, named in honor of former employee Mark Cobb and former CCSD Superintendent Dr. Ron McWhirter, is open to any CCSD graduating senior whose parent, legal guardian is a full-time employee of Charleston County School District. Okay, you can come back. You could spread out a little bit. Thank you. The one-time $2,500 gift is intended for students seeking admission to a technical 2-year or 4-year college or university. Thanks to the generosity of many individuals and businesses in the Lowcountry and the state, this is this year's 19th annual Mark Cobb Memorial Ron McWhirter Scholarship. I'm sorry, this year's 19th annual Mark Cobb Ron McWhirter Golf Tournament raised more than $15,000 for scholarships. This evening, we have several seniors who will be receiving awards. And as I call your name, please step forward, turn around so that the audience can see you and be applauded. So I first would like to introduce you all to Riley Crabtree. Riley plans to attend the College of Charleston with a major in public health and a minor in linguistics. With this, she hopes to become a pediatric speech pathology and serve children throughout the Charleston area. Congratulations, Riley. We would now like to highlight Sully Markland. Sully aspires to graduate valedictorian of his class and attend Clemson University as a mechanical engineering major. He plans to work on both his bachelor's and master's degrees over the next 5-year period. Congratulations, Sully. Thank you. Next, we would like to congratulate Christian Anderson, who plans to either attend Clemson or Furman University for his undergraduate studies to attend a degree in biology before going to dental school. Congratulations, Christian. Joshua Nassaf. Joshua plans to attend Clemson University and major in secondary education. He also wants to become an officer in the South Carolina Army National Guard. Congratulations, Joshua. Lillian Stackhouse. Lillian will be using her scholarship to pursue a fashion design degree at LaSalle University Honors College in Massachusetts. Congratulations, Lillian. Autumn Bozier, she desires to become a graphic designer by getting her associate's degree at Trident Technical College. With this, she hopes to express her creative potential while fulfilling the needs for any of her future clients. Congratulations, Autumn. Clayton Weaver. For his educational goals, Clayton plans to attend Clemson University and major in criminal justice. For his long-term goal, he plans to practice law. Congratulations. Darian Wilson. Darian plans to attend Clemson University in the fall and study mechanical engineering. He hopes to use his degree to pursue a career at NASA one day. Congratulations, Darian. And he's also the valedictorian. Lastly, we have 3 students who are unable to join us this evening, but we would also like to recognize them. Kennedy Walker, and after graduation, Kennedy will attend the Citadel to pursue a Bachelor of Science degree in biology before pursuing dental school at the Medical University of South Carolina. Piper Wood, this fall, will be attending the University of South Carolina Honors College as part of the PharmD program. Her goal is to become a pharmacist so that she can help others in her community. And Reagan Brawley plans to attend Clemson University and major in middle education. She's looking forward to furthering her academic knowledge next year and learning more about the education profession. Mr. Brickman. Thank you so much. We appreciate all that you've done, and we're so proud of you. Would you turn around and let everybody see you? Thank you so much. Nope. Oh, you got this one. Oh, which way do you want it? Oh, okay, that one. Next, we would like to recognize Wando High School's chorus for recently winning gold in an AAA. I'll wait a little bit. Come on. Next, we would like to recognize Wando High School's chorus for recently winning gold in an AAAA National 4A National Choral Competition in Orlando, Florida. This evening, we are joined by Wando High School's principal, Dr. Sherry Eppelsheimer, our choral director, Eric Wilkinson, associate directors, Lizzie Keene and Stephanie Kinney, and student officers, Connor Creighton, Anna Scott Nuttall, Katie Storr, Michael Lambert, Joseph Wiggins, Catherine Mays, and Will Pruitt. In addition to the Gold Award, the choir earned a superior rating for their performance and received the Best in Class Award for SATB, Soprano, Alto, Tenor, and Bass Choir, obtaining 299 points out of 300 possible points from the judges for their performance. Let's give them a round of applause for that. So Festival Disney gives middle and high school concert choirs, orchestras, and concert bands the chance to compete with other schools from across the country and receive detailed positive feedback by nationally recognized adjudicators present at the event. Wando's chorus had 91 students travel to Orlando to compete, and they performed 3 selections. Again, join me in congratulating Wando High School's chorus on their outstanding achievements. Thank you. And now we would like to ask Shivam Colwalker to come forward. For our final recognition this evening, we have the 2022 Post and Courier Spellbound Regional Spelling Bee Champion, Shivam Colwalker, a fifth grade student at Ashley River Creative Arts Elementary School, along with his principal, Michelle Connor. Shivam correctly spelled the word cabaret, C-A-B-A-R-E-T, to lock in his spot at the Scripps National Spelling Bee Virtual Preliminaries, which will occur this May. He will advance through the preliminary. If he advances through the preliminaries, he will travel to Washington, D.C. later in the summer for the finals. This is the 30th edition of Spellbound, and this is the third straight year that a student from Charleston County School District finished first in the competition. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to Shivam Colwalker for this fantastic accomplishment. He can take his mask off. His mom says so. You want to get the picture? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes this evening's special recognitions.
Okay. We'll now move into executive session. At this time, entertain a motion. All right, we'll now move into executive session. We ask everyone. Hang on a second. Anyone that's not a part of executive session, we will ask that you please excuse yourself at this time. However, you will be notified when we return back to open session.
When are we gonna start?
Open session. All right, item 6A. Is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
I
Ms.
vote
Darby?
yes.
Ms. Darby, vote yes.
Sorry, I'm just about, I think it kicked me out. Yeah.
All right, that item passes. Item 6B, is there a
I have a
motion?
motion.
Okay.
I move that we uphold the decision of the constituent board.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates and Ms. Waters. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
I vote yes if it hadn't shown up yet.
Okay, that motion passes. Item 6C, is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Okay.
I move that we overturn the decision of the constituent board and refer the student back to the current IEP team.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates and Ms. Waters. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Ms. Darby, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
That item passes. Item 6D, is there a motion?
I move to approve the forwarding of a formal complaint to the South Carolina Department of Education related to the attached contract teacher.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Ms. Darby, how do you vote?
I vote yes. Oh, I'm back in now to board docs.
Okay, that item passes. Item 6E, is there a motion?
I move to approve the issuance of contracts for the 2022-2023 school year based on contractual obligations and or budgeted allocations for all certified staff.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Ms. Darby, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes. Item 6F, is there a motion?
I have a motion. Reverend Mack, I move that we ask the board chair to work with Dr. Postlewaite on her performing 2 projects, a COVID white paper and Achieve Charleston.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none. We ask that you please I'm sorry. Yep. Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Ms. Darby, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna redo that one.
Yeah, mine didn't pop up on the screen.
It just said we weren't present at the vote, so don't worry.
All right, everyone should be able to vote now. Okay, that passes. Item 7A, public comments. Ms. Waters?
Thank you, Reverend Mack. We actually don't have any additional public comments from earlier, but I will call for the in-person comment who wasn't present at the committee of the whole meeting. Is Jasmine Ramos in the room? Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Waters. Item 8A, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I motion to approve allocation of funds as shown under attached resolution for the purpose of the District 9 land.
All right, moved by Ms. Green, second by Ms. Waters. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. Ms. Coakley, how do you vote? Okay, that motion passes. Item 8B is for information purposes on the budget process update. Did anyone have any questions in relations to that?
Ms. Kennedy, do you have a presentation for that?
Yes.
Yeah. she does.
All right.
So the presentation is being brought up now. There it is. So as the board is aware, the state's in the midst of developing its budget. The House has approved their version of the budget. The Senate is currently working on its version of the budget. There are some fairly significant differences, and the two branches have to work that out before they get a proposed budget up to the governor for his signature. At the Audit and Finance Committee earlier this month, I briefed that committee on where we stood with revenues and expenditures for next year. I want to give an overview to the full board tonight with the understanding that we'll be briefing the Audit and Finance Committee in more detail at the May Audit and Finance Committee. And then on the May 23rd board meeting will be the first reading of the school budget. So if you go to the next, go to the slide. So you should have on your desk, your tables, this handout. And so what I would say is that when we look at projected revenues for next year and projected expenditures next year and compare the two, then we have expenditures that exceed on a projected basis, expenditures that exceed revenues. And so when we're in a situation like that, we have to figure out how to make those two come into alignment because we are required by law to have a balanced budget. So at the top of this table, it shows across the top the various scenarios. And I'll get into a couple of those scenarios in a minute, scenarios in terms of how we balance the budget. On the left-hand side, it lists revenues at the beginning, and then coming down the left-hand side of page one, the expenditure request. So let's take a look at the revenue itself. So you go back to the top line, it says revenue, state portion based on the House version. So under the blue column, based on our projections, both on state and local revenue, we expect to receive $617 million of revenue for next year. Whereas where we expect to end the year, this year at $614 million of expenditures. So that means we have $3.2 million more in the revenues that we would end the year. And that would be our starting point for balancing the budget for next year. And if you come down that column though, that blue column under expenditures, it says required increases. It's the first one says teacher staff increase. So that's $4.5 million. So we required, all school districts across the state are required to give a step increase for teachers. For CCSD, that value is $4.5 million. It's been widely reported at the state level that teachers would receive a $4,000 salary increase. Neither the House version supports that nor the Senate version. So in this column here, it shows for CCSD, the cost for across the board $4,000 salary increase for teachers is $19 million. In the House version of the budget, the district will receive a little over $7 million in additional revenue next year over this year. So $7 million additional revenue with a cost of $19 million for just the salary increase of $4,000 plus the $4.5 million for the step increase. We also required by the state on the next line item retirement increase of almost $3 million. And so that's the district's required increase based on the state's levying part of the that liability over on districts. So our share would be almost $3 million. Similarly, the health and dental increase, we will pick up an additional $1.7 million worth of expenditures. That's again with the state shifting those costs from the state budget over to this school district budget. And then of course we have our allocations out to charter schools, and that's strictly based on enrollment in the state funding formula. We have some increases in property and flood insurance, and then some increases of $5.9 million of contractual obligations increase on operations. The majority of that, I think it's about $4.4 million. The majority of that is because of contract increases, because of custodial cleaning. And so when you add that up, we have under that version, we have $40.3 million of additional expenditures that are required. The things that are somewhat discretionary on that, if you go over to the next column, what's that scenario one, no millage increase? That $19 million of teacher salary drops from, excuse me. If you go over to scenario three, you see where the $19 million for teacher salary increase drops from $19 million to $9.6 million. That decrease then assumes that instead of a $4,000 increase to teacher salaries, that increase would only be $2,000. And by the way, that is the current state version of their proposed budget. Instead of a $4,000 increase for teachers, it would be a $2,000 increase. So that number then drops down to $9.6 million. And then just flip quickly over to the next page, you will see in addition to those required increases, there are additional increase requests that are coming from the various divisions and departments within the district. And I'll go into a lot more detail with the Art and Finance Committee on those. You flip back to the first page again, the last row, you see a $1.4 million decrease, and that is a reduction in mission critical activities that the board approved 2 or 3 years ago. So what, still on page one, you go across the top here in those blocks, you see in scenario one, and these scenarios are based on different options for balancing the budget. And so in scenario one, it shows a no millage increase. Scenario two shows a 9.1 mil increase. And 9.1 mil increase is the maximum amount that's allowed for CCSD on the state, current state law. 9.1 mil. And then on the scenario three, it shows a 6.3 mil increase. And so at some point, when I make a recommendation to the Art and Finance Committee, it would be somewhere less than 9.1 mil, but it'd be more than 0 mil increase to help balance the budget. So that's focused in on the scenario three, which shows a 6.3 mil increase. Just coming down the column here, it shows the first number, $636 million of revenue. that $636 million of revenue then would include the state increase in revenue in the House version of $7 million, plus the additional amount that's driven by a 6.3 mil increase. The value of a single meal is roughly $3 million, roughly $3 million. So for every meal that you have as an increase in the revenue, it generates $3 million worth of revenue. So 6.3, so you're looking at roughly $19 million worth of additional revenue. And so when we look at the next number, $614,000 of expected expenditures, this is where we expect to end this year, current year, which would be our baseline for next year. And so we subtract that baseline from the expenditures from our projected revenues under the $6.3 million meal scenario. Then it's $22.4 million, $22.4 million that we would have to allocate over to additional expenditures that do not exist in the current budget, fiscal year 22. So then coming down that column, that next set of numbers, the 636, 614, 22 million, those are a repeat of right above. But coming down to the required increases, you see that we have a required increase under this scenario of $30.8 million, 3773. That is compared to available revenue of $22.4 million. So $22.4 million additional revenue to be able to fund $30.8 million worth of expenditures, which are the required increases. So you flip over to the next page, it's labeled page 3. Under that same scenario, you have a section here that looks at other considerations on this salary type increases. Now, when I briefed the Audit and Finance Committee back earlier this month, I think they were unanimous in that we need to take a look at ensuring that we appropriately compensate employees. And so that's what this next section of numbers represent. And so let me just go through those. So the first one here, move teacher step cap to 30 years, $1.6 million. So currently for all teachers, when they reach 26 years of service, they have maxed out on the salary increases. And so if you're working 27, 28, 29 years, whatever, you don't get compensated for any additional years like you did up to 26. And so what this contemplates then is removing that cap, at least increasing the cap to 30 years. Now there are a number of districts, and Bill, Mr. Brickman would know who those districts are in the state that have already done that. The next one, non-teacher step. So this would be a step in, I mentioned on page 1, that's a mandatory step increase for teachers, $4.5 million cost to us. And so this next one here, the $2,153,000 is a step increase for non-teachers. And if you recall, the next line item says maintain 97% of market. So if you recall last year when the board voted on the budget, we increased non-teaching salaries up to 97% of market value. In order to maintain it, and the board voted at the same time that we should, I can't remember whether you voted or you indicated that we should that we would move closer to 100% of market. And so I'm not recommending that for this year, this current budget, but I would recommend that we at least maintain the 97% of market. In order to do that, we would have to do the step increase plus the 2.3% COLA. And so the calculation on that then allows employees to maintain 97% of market. The next one here, move step cap for non-teachers to 30 years. So this is the same as the teachers, except these are non-teachers. And so we're saying, employees been in our employment for over 2.5 decades. And so each successive year after that, we should also compensate them to that, at least up to the 30-year point. The next one here, the $17 minimum. So currently, we have employees that are making like as low as $11.71 per hour. And so what we're proposing here on scenario 3, that we boost that up to $17 an hour. And so if you think about it, so we have this huge in the country, this huge inflationary spiral that we're in. In addition to that, the cost of living here in Charleston County is extremely high. I mean, we just saw, I think, yesterday or the day, where I think Charleston is one of the most expensive places unaffordable places in the country for housing. We're in the top 20. And so, when I go to the grocery store personally, and I go to the gas station, I can see the inflation. However, I would contend that the impact on me is not the same as someone who's making $11 an hour. And so we need to think about how we support those employees. So that's what that is. And then the last one here, the salary cap removal for $452,000. So we have, you all have done some of that. It used to be 2 or 3 years ago, employee that's classified that didn't work in the district, that worked someplace else, and they came into the district. Let's say that employee had 20 years of service outside of the district, came to work for the district. We capped them out on at 12 years on their we call that the service level, and so that they would only be compensated up for 12 years of service versus the 20 years that they've done. You all lifted that cap, increased that cap. I think it was 15 years, and we're proposing to remove the cap in this entirety, and that would be $452,000. So again, the section here was based on the Audit and Finance Committee's desires that we pay attention to the salaries of our employees. And so if you take a look at summing that up, that is an additional $11.9 million. So we add that to the $30 million from the previous page on the required increases, the 30.8. Then that says that we have additional expenditures of potential expenditures of $41 million. And then from page 1, the projected additional revenues based on the 6.3 millage increase of $22 million, and subtract that from the $41 million of additional expenditures, so that we have a budget gap in our planning purposes. For planning purposes, $18.8 million. And so how do we get to a balanced budget? It's on the next page. And so let me run through those. So it says strategies to balance. So this is something we've done for the last 2 or 3 years. The first one is that we would slow down non-salary spending, and we have done that here in the spring, so that we are estimating, the finance team rather is estimating that we would be able to save $4 million and use that $4 million to help balance the budget for next year, applied against that 18 million. Something similar on the next line item, which is freeze hiring, which we've done. So we have freeze hiring, and we expect to save $3 million by delaying those hires until next year. Use of fund balance, $5.8 million. And I have a section at the bottom to explain that a little bit better, but looking at fund balance to help balance the budget to that tune of $5.8 million. Central office reduction, some type of way. This says 5% across the board. That may or may not be the way we approach it, but certainly some type of way to reduce the expenditures from the central office. And then that would leave $1.7 million of additional cuts that we need to figure out how to finish balancing the budget. So again, under this scenario, with the exception of that $1,667,000, this gets us to a balanced budget. Now, we'll say though, on going back to the blue column, there are other requests coming from other divisions other than just having addressing salaries. And so that this scenario 3 does not address that. Not saying we want to address some of that, but just for discussion purposes this afternoon, that's not my intent. I want to talk, the last thing I want to talk about, not last thing, next to last, I want to talk about the use of fund balance. So currently in the fiscal year 2023, 21 financial statements. We have $145 million to fund balance, 145 million. Now it's up from about 70 and 75 million 5 years ago or so. So that is substantial. We're selling bonds Wednesday. So we always get these questions from bond rating agencies about our fund balance. So over the last few years, we've been able to be very positive about that. And we have to protect that. There's a board policy on how we protect that. In this year's budget, fiscal year 22 budget, out of the $145 million fund balance, we have in there $21 million to balance the budget. We're only going to use $15 million of that, 15 point something million. So we budgeted 21. We're not going to use all of that because we have other savings. So we'll use $15 million. And so what that means then, our fund balance instead of dropping. And so we have we subtract the 21 million plan from the 145. That gives us a budgeted fund balance at the end of this fiscal year of $124 million. $124 million. We are going to actually end the year that's what we're projecting now, at $129 million versus the 124. And so what this scenario proposes is that we would keep the fund balance budgeted for fiscal year 23 at the same level as this year, $124 million. And so how we do that, we take $5.8 million that's shown here in the strategies to balance, to help balance next year's budget. So this year we had $21 million to help balance the budget. Next year, we are proposing to do, in this scenario, $5.8 million. Now, it's impossible to sustain the level of use of fund balance that we did for this year to balance the budget, $21 million, because if we did that, next year we'll be almost down to 100 million. Then prior year, next year after that, we're down to 80 million. Before long, we will be out of compliance with our policy and out of compliance with what's fiscally doable. The last section here, it shows that if there were a 6.3 mil increase in taxes, what would be the impact to taxpayers based on set of numbers, set of criteria. So the first one it says this is you look at the left-hand column, it says owner occupied. So if you own a house and you live in it, it's owner occupied, and that's excluded from general operating fund for the school districts. And so what it shows at the bottom here, highlighted in yellow, is that next year, if there's a tax increase, there would be no tax increase to the owner occupied. So by the way, we're not proposing any tax increase for debt service at all. So that remains constant, owner and operating funds. So for the owner occupied, zero tax increase. The next sheet shows, I'm sorry, Maggie. I'm sorry, I was really moving fast. So can you go to the next one? Yeah, there you go. A non-owner occupied. So for a taxpayer that owns a house but does not live in it, say they're renting the house, but whatever reason they're not living in it, then that is not excluded from the tax base for operation. And so the impact to that homeowner on assessed home value of $100,000, assessed home value of $100,000, the tax increase would be that there at the bottom, $37.80 for next year under the 6.3 mil. Next slide, please. On the commercial real property, so this is like business property, and so on an assessed value, and for every $500,000 of assessed value, then the increase would be $189 for every $500,000 of assessed value. So if it's assessed value is $200,000, then it'll be less than that 189. It's $1 million, it's going to be twice that amount. And then the next one on automobile, that's assessed at $20,000. The increase down at the bottom would be $7.56. And the last one then is on personal property. So like if you're a business owner, you got computers and that sort of thing. Then for every $10,000 of assessed property values, it would increase to $6.61. So that was a quick overview of Again, we'll be taking more details and recommendations to the Audit and Finance Committee. The big piece here is to make sure that the board is aware that we do have a financial challenge this year because of the level of state revenues that are coming in, as well as the level of local revenues that we can generate. And the last point I would make that there's Act 388 with the state statute on funding schools, and also preceding Act 388 by decades is the index of taxpaying ability. So the Act 388 was enacted with 2008 or so, 2007, I think, but the index of taxpaying ability says that if counties that have high property values should take up a bigger share of educating their children, and counties that are poor in relationship to property values, that the state would pay a bigger share. So historically, it's been like the state funds 70% of educating kids, and districts are supposed to pick up 30% on the index of taxpaying ability. The reverse has been true for us here in Charleston. We pick up 70%, we get 30% from the state. On the House version of the proposed budget for next year, which changes the funding formulas, it's 75%, 25%. So we would still be like at 25%. So although Act 388 did certain things to relieve the tax burden, it still levied the burden still on school districts to be able to do what you see in these numbers here. And so if I don't propose to adhere to that state statute around the index of taxpaying ability, then it's problematic for me to go to the state legislature and say, well, we need to adjust Act 388 because I've done that, and they say, well, you're not taking advantage of what the state law currently allows. So with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Okay, Ms. Green.
John, we can talk about this later, but I would like to see I would like to see a scenario where we don't touch the fund balance. Don't throw anything at me. But we can talk about it. I mean, I know you don't have that right here, but I would like us to have some discussion about not messing with the fund balance right now.
All right. Any further questions from any other board members? Ms. Brooks?
So just to get a couple of numbers, last year when we did the 5 mil increase, our revenue was 597,236. Is that correct? That's that first number on the page one.
So it was, but also you take a look at the variance there. That shows the $21 million. You see that variance of 21 million? That 21 million that's the fund balance.
So our revenue, so our revenue was 597.
That's correct.
And we had to add the 21 to get to the money we spent, which was 618. If we do,
yes.
Right. And so this year, it looks as if you're saying right now, we don't know for sure because we haven't finalized it, that our revenue is going to be 617,418,000.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Again, that's based on the House version.
Right.
Okay.
So we don't know yet if but that's where we're at right now. Okay. That's all I just wanted to see where the money was coming in. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from any other board members? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. We'll move on to item number 8C. It's the monthly capital projects report.
Information.
I'm not the monthly capital project report, but the capital projects report.
It's information, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Item 8D is the monthly financial report.
Also information.
Okay. Any questions from any board members? All right. Item 9A. Yeah, we moved that to consent agenda items. Okay, we're down to item 11A, upcoming board meeting, committee of the whole on May 9th and May 23rd will be the regular board meeting. As a reminder, I think it's the consensus of the board that our May 23rd third board meeting will be held at the West Ashley CAS. So if we can just make preparation and prepare for that. Entertain a motion for adjournment. This meeting is now officially adjourned.
Additional dates will be going out for governance training.
Okay.
Please respond.
All right.